Dragway's website, and also I think on Division One's website, right?
So it's Division One
And it,
TV on YouTube.
Division One TV on YouTube. How's that? And Diane's not here this weekend, huh?
No, but Dave will be. Yep. Straight down there.
Make sure you do get your pictures of your car at the bracket finals.
Come for a ticket on the first round bikes.
Okay.
First pair, and it says in print.
What's the number?
72.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Mason Dixon.
72, who would that be?
Big Daddy.
Big Daddy Dave Clendence.
Yep.
You said 7.
Well, I hear some motors running right now, so I'm assuming, and that's a tough word to say or to spell, as one word that is. Sportsman Buybacks getting ready to happen. These are the ones where the wind lights were burnt out during round one and didn't come on in their lane. Yeah. Nancy Perito and Charles Augustine. I went to St. Augustine one time. Neat little town. No drag strip there, though. 748 to an 870. Head start about 1 1/4 seconds. Goes to the right-hand lane. Team New England and Team New Media. You can pick your favorite, but the one that gets the closest to the dial in and has the best light will always meet a winner unless they cross the center line. See what happens here. Second chance to get back into the money. We're green. Both sides have a chance. One side not quite as good as the other. How about a 008 and a 52 on a 48 gets the job done. And Charles Augustine gets into round number 2. Greg LeBlanc and Richard Vose are next pair. 792 to a 42, a half a second. One light bulb on the tree separates these two. You like the Chevrolet or you like the Chrysler? Well, if you ask each driver, you get a different answer. They're green, separated by a couple hundredths. Wind light coming on, better light. 038 gets the job done. A 50 on a 42. Off by 8, but still good on the like to have the pro buybacks. Those that like to buy back in pro to lanes 5 and 6 with your $30 in hand. So please make your way to lanes 5 and 6. Pro buybacks to lanes 5 and 6 Bring your $30. James Schmidbauer and Sammy Snap. Boy, that's a neat name. Their mom and dad liked him a lot. They're green. One's greener. Quite a bit greener, as a matter of fact. Well, there is a God. Lane 2 picks up the win. Runs at 11:10 on a 10.96 and gets the job done. Goes to round number 2. Shout out to Robin. Hi, Robin. She just texted me. The battle of the pickup trucks is Billy Kerpins and Todd Menard. 744 has to sit and wait and watch the orange tailgate go down the track. Unless he's colorblind, then he'll just see the truck go down the track in front of him. Well, he never got that far out. One of them got a great light, one of them's got an okay light. The okay light picks up the win. The great light's going to look at it and say, why didn't I win? Because I ran out. Runs a 23 with a 5 on a 26. $340 cubic inches of Chrysler power. It says 370 inches. Jeff Felder and Dave Mikasfo. I don't know. Pronounce that one for me. Davey M. Davey M gets a red light. Jeffrey gets a win light. And runs a 7:49, dead on with a 4. Great run. And he goes to round number 2. Island Dragway, left-hand lane, is Gary Ergar and Megan Whiteman. Megan styled a 740. She's going to be the quick car. Sits and waits for 0.12 of a second. You all know what that is, right? That's half as good as 0.24 of a second. She turns it red on the starting line. And here's another where True Start picks up the winner. Less red, left side. Good for the win. 7:49 on a breakout run. David Klein and Robert Baker are our next pair. Baker, the nice-looking Mustang, going to take on David in the Dodge pickup truck. 742 to a 743. You tell me which one moves first. See if you can detect 1/100th of a second. I'm watching. I think the left lane moved first, but I'm not sure. And he actually picks up the win. He was 0-14 on the tree. Runs a 7:47 on a 42, and he goes to round number 2. Yeah, it was a lot, believe me. The numbers were all there, but they were just, a decimal point was at the wrong place. Jeffrey Skirdick and Mark Ketterer. Sounds like I'm stuttering, but that's his last name. Ketterer. Team Maple Grove. About a 740 to that 830 for Jeffrey. Jeffrey's away and red by 003. 3,000's too quick on the starting line. Turns the win light on for Mark. Mark's a happy puppy. He gets to go to round number 2 and a chance to win the money. All right, coming up next. Not quite there yet. There we go. Stevie English up against Charles Butch Weinrich. Butch is a tough racer. He and his, I think it's his daughter, both real tough. Butch been out to Pomona and to Las Vegas a couple times. About 3/100ths of a second separate these two on the starting line, and Butch squeezes out the win at the big end, a 54 on a 44. It doesn't sound like it's very squeezed to me. But the win light comes on. He goes to round number 2. Robert Smith and Susan Smith, they're the Smith twins. Let's see, are they related? Nope. One's from South Mountain and one's from New England Dragway. But I guarantee a Smith will get to the finish line first and second. But I'm not sure which one's which. But we're going to soon find out in less than 9 seconds. I can tell you it will be a Smith and it will be a Chevrolet that wins. Other than that, can't tell till they leave. Well, I guarantee a Smith's winning this one. And it is the one that had the best light. She runs it dead on with a 3 run, and she was 080 on the tree. I can guarantee Robert going to burn that ticket and not show it to his friends. All right, this is a one-of-a-kind El Camino in lane 1. I don't think there's any other four-wheel drive El Camino out there that has wheelie bars that swing. Just a swing, and he's got that playing on the radio. And the locomotive breath, I don't know what that's like. Premature acceleration. Hate when that happens. Red by 024. Or no, but by 243. Wow. Almost a quarter second red. Win light coming on for Russ Wilbur. And he goes to round number 2. Did we have a bye in that round? Even number of cars. Hey, the next thing that comes up here is going to be our pro driver buyback cars. I don't remember how many bought back there, but they got 25 naturals that they're going to come up against in round number 2. Half of them won. Did you know that? That's pretty good math, isn't it? That looks like a motorcycle rider out there. Would I be right? Hey, this is a neat Malibu coming up here now. It's parked real close to us from Cecil County. And it's like the father to one of our cars, Andy Dolan's car. It's a Malibu, painted same color scheme. It might have been the same artist that did both of them. Bob McAllister and Anthony Bonanno, better known as Tony. Up. Up, door wasn't shut. My goodness. Don't want him falling out at 110 miles an hour. Chevelle and Malibu getting ready to do battle. Yeah, I actually turned the mic on. God, I'm getting smarter and smarter in my old age. Bonanno turns it red by 5/6 thou. Bob picks up the win, goes to round number 2. Early model Mustang. 65, 6, 5 or 6, I don't know. John Moore, I think we call him Michael. It might be John Michael Moore. Is that right? Or Michael John? No nod in there. No hint to help me out. Mustang, Bobby Pepperata. 7:45. Going to get the head start. Dodge going to have to sit tight and chase him down. Up. Hit the hurry bulb. Wind light coming on for Bobby. Runs a 42 on a 45, so he holding a little bit there. Jorge Coretta. Maybe that's not a T. That's an I guess. And Donald LaRusso. Hey, Donald LaRusso. Chevelle versus BMW. BMW giving chase. Both of them fair on the lights. BMW a little bit better with the 012 light. Runs a 611 on a 607. Picks up the win. Goes to round 2. Happy puppy down at the bottom end. Pickup truck versus the Malibu. Bob Hartnett and Hannah Bogus. Is that right? There's nothing bogus about that race car other than the driver. Yep. 644 to a 586. Quick car over in the right-hand lane. That's because it's got quick car wheels on it. Both drivers are in. Tree comes down. Wheels in the air, and one of them got a nasty light, one of them's got an okay light. The okay light picks up the win. 6:45 on a 44. Bobby goes to the round 2. Joe Henderson's coming up against Joe Valencia in the Thunderstruck Mopar. 512 cubic inches versus 565 cubic inches. They tell me bigger is better. We're soon to find out. One of them, great light. Joe picks up the win. 018 on the tree, 647 at the big end. Brad Taylor takes the right-hand side of the track. That's the Napa side. Greg Leifkin takes the left side, which would be a Finke equipment lane. Chevrolet versus Chevrolet. pickup truck versus Chevy Nova. Both drivers are green. One is great green. One is great, pretty good green too. Great green wins. 002 on the tree. 704 on a 703. Brad Taylor, your winner there. This is Anthony. This Anthony looks like he has an old cop car that he procured from somewhere. They're still looking for it, maybe. 579 dial-in up against Frank Falcone. Says Falcone, but I don't think it's. I think the E is an I, and I is an E. Red light start for Frank. And Anthony Johnson picks up that win. Down a little bit of downtime while we do some sweep and clean up. Some junk come out of one of the cars. I think it was the three mice and the. No, I don't know if y'all go to the specialty events when they have Mopars or Fords or something like that. The guy's got the car sitting in the barn for a year and comes out once a year, and all these baby mice drop out of the back of it when he does a burnout. He wreck their home. I raced in Aruba one time, and they called it the Iguana Nationals. And I did run over, it wasn't an iguana, but it was some kind of lizard that was on the starting line. I ran Charlie Carpenter, if you all remember his name. That goes back a long, long, long time ago. But that was pretty neat. They shipped our cars out of Miami, took them to Aruba, and then we flew to Aruba and raced for a week and come back home. And a week later, we went to Miami and picked our cars up and went back home. It was different. All right, when Wayne comes back on the tractor, I want you all to clap and raise, hooray, hooray, hooray. Luckily, he can't hear me or he'd fire me. Come on, let's start the wave, all 5 of you out there in the bleachers. You can do it. Stand up and wave at him. Point at the track and pretend like there's still something on there. Well, that didn't work. All right, we're going to be continuing in our Pro Driver Buyback round. Oh, no, we're not. I really think that was Alpo dog biscuits that fell out of the car. My guy, I think he's got it. Look at the smile on his face for a little guy on a tractor. All the horsepower there. He's a thumbs up. He couldn't be happier if he was eating a hamburger, probably. You know, at our track, we have 3 different announcers sometimes that are in the thing. And if you add our ages up, we could have been at the Last Supper. And I'm not the oldest, which is kind of neat. Nice to have older people I look up to. That's only because he's taller than I am. Do I hear the mighty roar of engines firing up again? Yes. Nice paint on the Nova over on the right side. Really shiny. And I think that was a original color too for that year's Chevrolet Nova. It's a 1968 Nova, and what makes it so rare is they only made them for 1 year. Oh well, works sometimes. Left-hand side, 1995 Chevy Camaro, small block Chevrolet, 350 cubic inches. Data 690.
The motorcycle guy that lost part of his kickstand, I have it up here.
Okay. Hey, the motorcycle rider that lost part of his kickstand, we have recovered your kickstand piece. Super glue or a good welder?
That was pink insulation.
Is that what it was?
He had it in the car, truck for or whatever. Well insulated race car.
It said that's for the mouse nest.
Yeah, probably.
All right, can a Nova catch him? Yeah, Palsy did do that. 626 on the 624. 023 light helped out. Our next pair on the starting line, Scott Besaw and Fred Clark. Mopar versus Pontiac.
All that stuff was dished out.
Oh, yeah? Hey, we only have four missing set cards for
Four missing?
that's it.
All right, no, thank you. All right,
That's all we got.
I like it.
Go, go. And they did. And they are.
It's not too bad for
Can he catch him?
day one.
Nope. Got there. But guess what? He ran out. 710 picks up the win. Scott Bishaw goes to round 2. Chris Corleone and Rob Zetterberg are next pair on the starting line. Monte Carlo over on the right-hand side. A Malibu, spelt Malibu. 1965 model. Both of them good lights. 011 gets the job done for Rob. Runs a 612 on a 610. And he's going to get a chance to see round number 2. Steve Long over on the right-hand side. Going to take on George Fisher in the Chevy Camaro. 2019 ZL1. 370. Says 378 inches, but I thought they were 377s. What do I know? Nice 634 dial in to a 682. Somebody's shifting their own gears and picks up the win. Both of them had decent lights. 022 to 071. George Fisher goes to round 2. Little Chevy Nova left-hand lane. 1972 model, dialed in a 670. Up against a 594, dialed in a Mike Olson in the Mopar. Red light start for Mike Olson, turns the win light on for Matthew Consiglio. 675 on a 670. Has it dialed in for round number 2. A Capri, it says, but that sure looks like a Mustang to me. And Paul Werner, right-hand lane in the wagon. Boy, that's a neat wagon. Chevy Malibu.
Hey, Elmer, if anybody found a push rod anywhere in the pits, Danny Bell lost. He's looking to get it back.
Somebody needs a push rod. Danny Bell.
Lost it somewhere. Ready to return it.
Oh, where did my push rod go?
Please return it. He needs
Yeah, please return my push rod. I don't know whether it's a big push rod or a little push rod, but we need a push rod. All right, I missed that last one. Team Canada coming up against Old Yeller. That was a movie. Did we find the push rod yet? Was that for real? Oh.
But I was supposed to. Oh.
He paid the highest price to the aluminum god? Wow.
So, wait, Racer wanted to know if you were going to do round 2 buybacks?
Yes. $50.
I said no, but I. Are you? I said no, but I think Wayne's talking about doing a high roller race. What do I pay?
All right, turns it red for Timmy. Keith White picking up that win out of 675 and runs 681. I don't think he wanted to show his hand on that one. Somebody came up here and asked about, are you having buybacks for the 6th round? Yeah, he wanted to get into the final first time in his life. Well, a pair of Chevrolets on the starting line. A 72 Nova to that 67 Camaro. Camaro turns it red by 0.23. Nova picks up the automatic win. William Bergen's going to go to round number 2 of pro drivers. Got Dickie Bodmer on the right-hand side. I know it says Jay Bodmer. His real name's James, but everybody calls him Dickie. Chris Conford, left-hand side. Down to 625. Dickey, a 674. I need the super buyback cars to lanes 1 and 2. If you're a supercar and you want to buy back, need you into lanes 1 and 2. Bring your $30 with you. Super buyback, bring your $30 to lanes 1 and 2 for the buyback round. I'm not sure. Let's see what we got. Donald LaRusso and David Trout. I like trout fishing. And we are green on both sides. One of them's green like you watered it, and the other one's green like you won it. 058 picks up the win. 741 on a 735, not showing their hand. Nice hot rod Camaro here in the left-hand lane. It's Mike Fornwalt and John Mendenberg over on the right side in the Mustang. Once again, supercars to lanes 1 and 2. Bring your $30 with you for the buyback round. Wow, 2 great lights. Not good, but great. Separated by 1/1000th of a second. 008 picks up the win. 009 loses, breaks out. Runs a 607 on a 609. Kyle Glocky and Mike Bryson, our next pair. Team Maple Grove left-hand side. Team Numidia Dragway on the right, driving a little S10. The S10 Battle getting ready to happen. Title for title run. Some on the left-hand side, too. Make a left and 10 feet. Up, walk by it.
Oh my god, is that the slowest fucking guy out there? Are you kidding me? I could have top end come in from fucking quarter mile away.
All right, Leaf Erickson out there. Oh, no. Sticker Erickson.
This is like the tortoise and the hare race.
I know. We
Not the hare.
we Once again, this is the battle of the S10s. Title for title. They just don't know it yet. Nobody's told them. And the blue S10 is going to win this one. One of them's got a 383 motor in it. The other one I think is probably, I'm going to guess, a 406. Might be a LS in there. Who knows?
Yeah, another white t-shirt with white shoe polish. Rain there.
We're green. Decent light on one, great light on the other. The decent light picks up the win. 018 on the tree. Runs a dead on with an 8 to a breakout run. He was 008 and broke out. A 49 with a 7. Brian Lynn, right-hand side out of Keymar, Maryland, going to take on Matthew Smith. We got a lot of Smiths around here. I'm just wondering if their dad, you know, same dad maybe. Who knows? 1/1000 separate them on the starting line. And at the finish line, a 79 gets it done on a 78 dial-in to a 82 on a 77 dial-in. Couldn't run the number. This may be your, is this a buy run? All right, made a buy run. Cecil County car gets to take the car on a waltzing run down the track. You can't mess this one up. Yeah, I didn't want to say that yet. How about a 039 light? That's not hateful. He dialed it a 666. That's a sign of the devil, they tell me. And he runs a 667. Concludes round number buyback 2 or 1. The winners are going into round 2. Now we're going to see Super ET cars come out here and beat up their equipment to get back into round number 2. All right, still got racers coming in, it looks like, which is a great thing. We're not missing many of them right now. These two are in from Hawaii. That was a pretty long drive. It wasn't the drive that was bad, it was the snorkel. All right, we're sending a cry out across the world that some of us are falling away to nothing up here because we're so famished and starved. Not really, but, you know, if you brought an extra 100 pounds of filet mignon or anything like that, I would say some fish in the stream, but there aren't any. Even the crawfish are dead. They don't have nothing to eat. All right, these are the big boys. Super ET coming your way right now, and this is the buyback round. The winners of this will go into round number 2 of Super ET. Team Canada, O'Hara. Right-hand side. Randy Rogers, or Hodges, down to 550, fast car. Sean Barrett from Team Mason-Dixon Dragway down to 664 in his pickup truck. Gets to leave 1.14 seconds ahead of Team Canada. The air conditioner doesn't work in that car, so you've got manual air conditioning. I wonder if Team Canada is equal to the Alaskans up there. Like they're used to the cold weather. All right. That was a napkin blown around the center of the track. I think this set of cars will probably blow it off the track. Either that or stick to the rear tire. Let's see what happens. He just moved it about 6 inches. About 30 more cars will have it off the track. Your win light coming on over on the right-hand side. James Carley picks up the win and goes to round 2. His light, quadruple O. Can't get much better. Georgie Huff, right-hand side. Luguino Raimondo in lane 1. Wow, that's a good English name. Lugino, I guess it is. Raimondo. All right, somebody showed off with a nice light. 009 on the tree for Georgie. Picks up the win, runs a 99 on a 96, and goes to round 2. Good-looking car in lane 1 is Steve Gregor. And Vince Iggy Falcone over on the right-hand side in a 65 GTO. Both of them are green. One of them's great green. About a 005 on the tree and a 655 with a 5 to get things done at the end of the 8th mile. William Wartners and Harley Parson are next pair.
What information are you looking for the
484 to a 674. Head start door car. 1/100th separate them on the starting line. Door car picking up the win. 010 light. Runs a 675 on a 674.
Take a golf cart. We got to go pick up the parts that are right off the concrete pad.
I stopped it, and I put a couple runs and then had to go again, but he said he still wasn't getting anything.
Correct, because class is for a
Only got a couple
major A
pairs.
wall.
Does he have paper?
So to be fair, that those that want to set records, if they do it on Wednesday, they can tear down Wednesday night and have everything put back together to qualify for class, which starts on Friday.
All right, going down to retrieve I think a rag fell out of one of the cars about 3 cars ago, and right at the end of the concrete, and he's getting ready to pick it up.
Well, you'll have time, you'll have plenty of time to get it.
All right, it's obvious they recycle here as they pick the paper up. They keep it in the dispenser for the guy to pick up the, we are very conscious about, we're tree huggers here. We have trouble getting the employees off the trees in the morning.
Well, because you didn't go down the track first round.
Yeah, but I'm at a disadvantage. I'm still going to pay for first round buybacks.
But the computer system doesn't let us do that. If you didn't go down the track first round, it won't even have you in the system.
So that's
First round is already complete.
All right, we're getting everything fixed on the top end administratively, and we're going to be back into, I think, round 1 of the buybacks of supercars. Fine set of cars so far. Who we got now? AJ and Jason Amy. Looks like number 1 Maple Grove car over on the right-hand lane. Dragster down to 5:15. That's what that car runs. Left lane. What team is that? I'll get my eyes focused here. New England. I want a screen that talks to me. That way blind people could do this too. Well, a pair of Chevrolets. Chevrolet motor over on the right side. Chevrolet under the hood and a Camaro that left the side. At least hopefully it is. Although we have a Pontiac that runs a Ford motor at the track. On your mark. I always wish everybody a happy birthday when it takes them 25 seconds to stage. All right, good lights, both sides. They're green. Somebody's got to win this one. Looks like Amy picks up that win, a 19 on a 15. Good for the win, goes to round 2 of the Supercars. Door car. Nelson Bella Jr. His last car was a Ferrari, but he bought this one instead. John Dembrowski over on the right-hand side, down a 521 to a 590. It's almost heads up. Notice I said almost. It'd be a tie, a virtual tie at the bottom end. That's what it's designed to do, providing the drivers run their numbers. Every time I see a number 3, I think of somebody else. Carried those wheels out almost 100 feet, maybe 100 feet or better, and picks up the win. Dombrowski runs it out the back door by 0.007 of a second too quick. That 491 picks up the win, goes to round 2. Connor Hebig and Eugene Nichols, our next pair. $495 to a 5 flat, 500 separate them. And they look like they're off equally. One of them a little better light and does not pick up the win because he runs out. Runs out by 1/1000th or 1/1000th of a second. Wow. Close race, but somebody's got to win. Paul Fitzgerald and Zach Rothenberger, our next pair. Maple Grove on the right, New England Dragway on the left. A lot of chrome on that dragster. Everything's shiny. Even got chrome-plated teeth to go with it. What do they call that? A grill, I think, don't they? We're red, we're green, we're green. Right side, 011 on the tree, a 502 with a 3 gets it done on a 499 dial-in. Beautiful truck over on the right-hand side. Joe Doken and Heather Boyko this side. Joe Dukin from Great Meadows, EW, wherever EW is. I would say New Jersey. That would be my guess. Northampton, Pennsylvania driver for Heather. Green on both sides, one with a great light. Heather 002 on the tree gets it done with a 476 on a 472. And she'll go to round number 2. Jamie Diamond and Rick Turkowski. Rick out a 475 to Diamond's 452. Team Maple Grove is going to get a slight head start. Jamie going to try to catch Rick before he gets to the 660. Doubted up 2. He doubted 450 on round 1. Didn't happen. Wow, if you could see the lights. How about a 001 to a 002, and the 001 gets it done. 476 with a 3 on a 475 to a 454 on a 452. Casey Kovacs going to take on David Hebig, one of the Hebig clan, running 592 cubic inch Chevy on the right. Both of them same cubic inch. Big motors. I mean, not big compared to like 800 cubic inches or 900 or 1200 cubic inches, but still big motors. Glitz and glamour over on the right-hand side. Well-prepared car.
I do not. Probably one of Elmer's guys.
What, huh? Who did what to him? On your mark. Nice lights. Glitz and Glamour didn't get it done. 001 on the tree for Team Canada got it done for KC. Runs a 490 on a 488. Brian Mursky, left-hand side of your track, going to take on Robert Boyd over on the right in the Camaro. Camaro sporting 565 cubic inches under the hood. Dragster doing the same, but no hood there. An S&W car. Well, Trip Zip Light picks up the win for Robert Boyd. Runs a 480 on a 479. That's the way you turn the wind light on. Thomas Samset and Braden Acker are our next pair. Braden over on the right-hand side in the Napa lane out of 575, 576. I think his window's down. Maybe not. Yeah, yeah, it was.
Elmer, I'll take bikes and sleds, buybacks. 7 and 8, please.
All right, bikes and sled buybacks to lane 7 and 8. Bring your $30 in your hand. Bikes and sled buybacks to lane 7 and 8. Calhoun, that's Thomas Sanset, gets to leave first. Has a 007 light, helps propel him to the win. 662 on a 662. He is dead on with a 3. That was a 10-pack. Got Andy Dolan coming up next. And Robert Hyatt. Hyatt in the long car, down in a 511. Andy in the door car, a 608. Andy get a chance to leave first by 97 hundredths of a second. Almost a 1 second head start. Andy picks up the win as Hyatt goes red by 2 thousandths. Andy runs dead on, well, 609 on 608. Down to 609 last round. Didn't help him out. This 608 did. Another great, how would you say it, well-prepared car, right-hand side. Paint scheme, wrap scheme, does him justice. Left-hand side of your track got Frank Berard, and he has dialed that bad boy a 478. Going to get the head start on the 476 car. Bikes, 7 and 8. Bring your $30.
And if you're a sportsman racer who did not get in the gamblers or did not take a time trial yet, your second time trial is now 1 and 2. Only if you didn't get it. Losers don't get in time trials.
Let me make this perfectly clear. If you're a sportsman racer and you were not in the gamblers race and have not had a second time run, lanes 1 and 2. And I repeat, if you're a sportsman racer and you were not in the gamblers race and you have not made a second time run, you may come to lanes 1 and 2. Mark Beaton and David Marone, our next pair. 481 to a 652 for the door car. Yeah, what it sounded like to me was. I understood it perfectly. All right, who gets the win light here? The fast car, 483 on a 481, a breakout run, 651 on a 652, broke out by 9 thou. Then Bowie, left-hand side, good-looking paint scheme on that car. Guess who he's against? These two race each other at Mason-Dixon Dragway every weekend. Joey Martz, right-hand side, down a 511 to a 473. One of these cars is going to break out. Mark my words. $1,000 separate them on the stripe. Look at that, a show off. 511 with an 8 on a 511 picks up the win. 474 with the 5 on a 473, losing light. I think. Yeah. All right, Team Mason-Dixon Dragway. This is Lowry McGowan Jr. Left-hand side up against Todd Martin. Todd hails out of Vernon, EW, which is New Jersey, I think. Both drivers are in stage. 4,000 separating them. Lowry goes red by 20. Todd Martin red also, but only by 007. Martin goes to round 2. Pair of door cars coming up next. Out of Team Maple Grove.
If you were in the gamblers, you cannot come back for a time trial.
Yeah, I made that perfectly clear. If you've already been down the track more than one time, you're not eligible for this time run. I think that's as simple as you can say it. Looking for a win. Left-hand lane picking up the win. A breakout run in lane 2. The Napa lane. 620 on a 622. Got, I think, Stevie Whitman over on the right-hand side. See your buy car? Or are we having somebody beside him? This is your buy car in round 1 of Buyback Super ET. This means Steve Whitman is going to go to round number 2 also. Hip, hip, hooray. On your market set, go Stevie, go. Hits a tree with the 011, down at an 81, runs at an 80 with the 4, only 6,000s off. What do you think, Mom? Great job. Didn't he do good? You taught him well. Great racing family there. You got a daughter that races too. Son that did race. Dad's driving his son's car now. Hey, that concludes Super. Guess what happens now? Motorcycles and sleds.
So at this time, if you were in Pro Eliminator and you were not in the Gamblers or you got here late for your second time trial to lanes 3 and 4. Once again, Pro Eliminator, if you did not get in the Gamblers or you arrived late, lanes 3 and 4.
All right, Davey Clendense. Dave Clendense picks up that. They got Boy Clendense, but it's Dave. Now sees Brian Knowles on the right-hand side of the track up against Team Canada's left-hand side, Michael Konopacki. Bless you.
Hope you're sharded.
About a 586 to a 532. Quick bike left-hand side. Better Light was in lane 1 but didn't pick up the win, couldn't run the number. Brian Knowles picks up the win, runs at 86, dead on. Derek Cesare and Jacob Hamilton. Jacob just a little boy. He probably goes in right at 300 pounds. Bike weighs 600. Cesare was red. I think he rolled backwards out of the lights.
I'll take Super to 5 and 6, same thing, and then Bikes to 7 and 8 if you weren't in the Gamblers or blah, 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 blah.
All right, if you did not make your second time run and you were not in the Gamblers race, you can come to lanes 1 and 2 for Super. Motorcycles, if you were not in the Gamblers race, you may make your second time run to 7 and 8. The easiest way to say it, if you haven't gone down the track 2 times. Pretty tough racer, Jeff Tinsdale, lane 1. Up against Dan Hookway. Both of them are green, one with slightly better light. And that would be Tinsdale picks up the win, a 567 on a 61. Okay, by the way, for supercars, if you did not get a second time run, that means if you haven't been down the track but only one time today, your second time run to lanes 1 and 2. Same thing for motorcycles. All right, make sure I get the lanes right. Sportsman is 1 and 2. Pro is 3 and 4. Super is 5 and 6. Bikes are 7 and 8. And this run is only for those that have not had a second time run or a second time down the track. If you were involved in the Gamblers race, you are not eligible for this run.
Steve doubted you, but I had to say no, he knows what he's doing.
Boy, that bus just hurt.
Just leave all
So this is it, right? This is TT2. We say that 4 or 5 times. Richard Chandler and Bill Hucrusa. Say that one. Get a time shot down the track. .964 to a 757. Wes Lewis and Timothy Patterson, our next pair. Olds Cutlass, sporting a 350 Chevy. 2018 Mustang. Mustang goes red, but it only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, so we're good. On a time shot, an 864 for the Mustang, an 824 for Wes Lewis. There's only 5 of them.
Do you ever get any days off? I said, what's the day off? I said, Scott, I haven't had a day off in 40 years.
Well, next season,
Not good for the people that use our service. Good for the hospital.
all right, nice 972 pass. 74 miles an hour. That concludes Sportsman's second time run. Now we're getting ready to go into Pro.
Well, we have a race. We got to concentrate on race stuff. Because it's actually benefited Michelle, because with me picking up some night shifts, she can sit at home and study and not be like, what's going on? Or like she's avoiding me or.
Do the time trials and I'll take over?
That'll work. You can have the real round too.
Yes.
All right, this is Pro Time Trials, the completion of round number 2. Nelson Bellot and Lisa Green.
Round 2 Sportsman, 1 and 2.
Round number 2 of the Gamblers Race Sportsman to lanes 1 and 2. Round number 2 of Sportsman Gamblers Race to lane number 1 and 2.
These are buy run. If there's one, put them in 7.
Yep, and the buy car will be 60 or 54 ND Numidia. What is it? Noble. A Noble. He can come to lane number 7. Noble to lane 7. Nice Chevrolet here, 61 Impala. Runs a 645 to a 699 for Lisa. '82 Camaro in lane 1, Al Meyer up against AJ Meyer. I don't know whether they're related or not, but they spell their last names the same. Do they live at the same address? Esta and Esta. I'm guessing they're related. The other thing they have in common, they're both from New York. Check that out. 608 to a 691. Bragging rights there. Does that conclude Pro? Still coming. Once again, we have called Sportsman round number 2 of the Gamblers Race to lanes 1 and 2.
Final call for your super and bike guys that did not get a run.
Final call for Super and Bikes that have not made their second run. Once again, the second run is not eligible if you were in the gambler's race. All right, we're continuing in second time run for pro as Joe Erdy and Robert Stockwell get ready to do business. '79 Camaro and the '82 Mustang. One of those very rare cars. You don't see many of them. And at the 8th mile, 640 to a 652. 40 for Joe Erdy, and Robert goes 652. I guess we're done pro because I see motorcycles.
No, we got super. Please tell the guys in super to suit up.
All right, supercars, when you come to lanes, be race ready. We're ready for you to go down the track. I don't know. This is a super bike. Go. V-twin. You can hear it barking as it goes down the track. Runs a 680. He's late. I don't care. Just got here at 8 o'clock this morning. All right, special ed here coming up. Let's see what we got. They're race cars. Sounds good. Sounds healthy. I don't know whether you've ever noticed, but I've been involved in a dragster for 37 years now, and the fastest car takes the longest to stage. I don't really understand why that is. It's true.
Oh, yes, I know.
And really, a long time, you can run 5 cars an hour if you have grudge racing. Because it takes that long to clear the 80 people off the starting line. As you can tell, I'm probably not a fan of that. Big end of the track. Check this out. 5 flat. He's 020 on the tree. To his competition, 647. 028 on the tree. So is this the last super? All right, yeah, it was a door car. Anyhow, Ferry fast. How do I know that? His name's Michael Ferry, and that's why he's fast. David Henry. He's got 2 first names over on the right-hand side. Oh, if you all only knew. 440 cubic inch Chrysler. 003 on the tree for Mike. And he goes through 737. Quick car, right hand side, 531. 034 on the tree. Crazy. I don't know. That sounds healthy over there. I think that's a Pro Charger car. I'm not sure, but I'm thinking it is. What? Yeah. Well, they also have him from EW, wherever that state is. North Syracuse EW. What does EW stand for the state? That's a Pro Charger car. How about a 476 out of the door car, 148 miles an hour? That Pro Charger be working. That's pretty healthy. It was a fun car to watch also. All right, now we switch into two-wheelers with the rear wheel being the drive wheel, by the way. I didn't see any front-wheel drive bikes here this weekend. Did you? No. Sounds good. He was 015 negative on the tree and runs a nice 604. Yep, that's a track right there. He said, wait a second, I got to clean this up. Remember, ladies, this is a very special broom or mop handle. It does not want to injure his delicate hands. And you're right, I did not see this car run at all today. So this is its first pass down the track, period. Very nice Vega. Very late getting here. It's, you know what's terrible when racers have a regular job that they can't go racing. I'd say that was wheels in the air. He was 002 red. And at the stripe, 581 with a 1. That's his time run for today. Michael LaRose. Yeah, the lanes are now closed. How's that for second time shot? But I should have Sportsman for round number 2 of the Gamblers race in lanes 1 and 2, and I think the buy car's over in lane 8.
All right.
We could just get the computer operator here. We could keep on going. We do hire the handicapped here. Can you spell that for her?
All righty. Round 2, Sportsman. Thank you, Elmer. I'm Wild Bill. I'm back. You're stuck with me. We start with almost a heads-up race. Charles Augustine. Team New Media. It's on. Joe Moreno wins that one. Attention in the pits. We need Pro Eliminator back to 3 and 4. 3 and 4. Brian Willett. If there is a bye, it belongs to you. So please, when you come up to lane 7. Billy Kirpins Jr. Team Lebanon up against Dave Harvey. Team Island in the long roof. Two good lights. Harvey breaks out by 1,000th. Kirpins dead on with a 0 with the better light gets the win. Gary Yeager, red lights. Mark Ketterer. Team Maple Grove gets the win. He goes dead on with the 6, 38 light. I think we're going to see a lot more dead on runs now. A couple of runs under the belt. Next up, Jeff Hannon. Fast Trash Racing. Getting the head start over Nick Beeler. Beeler from Cecil. Jeff from South Mountain. Advantage and the win to Beeler. 745 on a 38. Gets the win by 500. So that was a pretty easy one. Hannon was pretty late. I hope you like Plymouth Dusters because one of them is going to win this round. Jeff Filer getting a slight head start. Team New Media over Howard Roberts, Team Esta. Howard goes red. Filer. 7, dead on with the 5. With a 33 light. I need to stop being surprised when people are running dead on now because we got a couple of rounds in. Ryan Ager. In the Barracudas could be chasing C.J. Ketterer in the Dart. Island versus Maple Grove. Ager goes red by 2 little thousandths. Ketterer, 11. 792. So he went 8 too fast, but again, didn't matter. He got the bye run there. Nick Maynard. Team Lebanon in the, looks like Malibu. Having that cool Island Dragway Buick chase him and get the win because he had better light and goes 1 over. Maynard dead on with the 6, but he had a 106 light, and that was not good enough. Our token Mustang 2, Justin Kirkham, getting the head start over John Dixon. Dixon in the Nova. Dixon Maple Grove. Justin Cecil County. Dixon goes red by a couple of hun. Kirkham, 005. 819 on an 817. The Mustang 2 moves on to round 3. I want to thank Sue Bell and all the gang down in the office for all their hard work getting all the names in the computer. Sammy Snap, 2018 Fusion, the slowest car racing here, 1096 dial. Dave Klein in the pickup truck. Racing for Mason Dixon, going to do the chasing. Sammy Snap, Team Canada. And Klein goes red by a couple of hun. And the slowest car moves on with the dead on with a 2 and a 39 light. That's impressive. In the far lane, Todd Lipke is going to be chasing David Toms. Toms from Mason Dixon. Lipke from Esta. Yep, hang on. Tom's with the advantage, but it's not etched in stone. There you go. Lipke closer to the dial-in. Tom's way off. Gets the win by 100th. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need the team captain for Island Dragway to the second floor of the tower, please. Island Dragway, team captain, floor 2 of the tower. Dave Murrin gets that. Michael Spirit breaks out by a couple. Murrin 5 over with the 70 light for the win. Dave Harvey in the yellow duster will be chasing Nicole Adams in the dark. She's with South Mountain. Dave Island Dragway. Somebody with a big advantage. Yeah, it's Dave Harvey. 006 light only needs a 779 on the 68 dial to get the win. Nicole 9 off with the 56 light. Wasn't even close. Couple of Chevys. John Olcott in the Monte Carlo. Team Maple Grove. Susan Smith. South Mountain in the Chevelle getting the head start. Two good lights. It's close. Olcott drives around her on the top end. 3 over with the 23. Sue Smith was way off. 16 off. Next pair, Scott Embley, Maple Grove with the Chevy Blazer up against Rick Hayford. Also, let's see, Team New Media in the Buick with the 455 in it. Hafer goes red. Scott Embley gets a gift into round 3. 771 on a 765 with a 55 light. Jimbo Romagna in the newer Camaro. Dave Myers in the older one. Maple Grove versus Mason Dixon. One good light, one really good light. That didn't work. Romagna had a 12 light but couldn't run the number. Myers, one over with a 33, gets the win, actually by quite a bit. Butch Weinrich, 74 Dart. Over in the Napa lane. Will be chasing Brian Lind. Team Mason Dixon in the Camaro. They're both green, one a lot greener. Butch, 750 on 41 gets the win, 29 light to a 95. It was actually a hole shot. Next pair, Russ Wilbur, one of the two oldest cars racing here at Lebanon Valley. He's going to get the head start over Alexander Noble in the Mustang. Alexander from Team New Media. Advantage Russ. And he gets on the brakes, gets the win, a 26 on a 22. He had a 22 light. Noble actually close to the dial, but he lost. A whole shot win for Russ. This is a late time shot for Super Eliminator. Jeremy Popple, Team New Media. That's a pretty cool looking Monte Carlo. $6.14 at 110. Pro Eliminator round 2 coming up. Oh, never mind. We got a bike time shot, then pro. Darren Johnson, our bike time shot. Kawasaki ZX14, Team Canada. Decent light at 29. 622, 114. The equivalent of a low 9-second run in the quarter mile. Here we go, round 2 of pro. No more buybacks, no more you-know-what. Half the vehicles going back to the trailer after this round, and we're going to work it down until we get a winner. And somebody's going to win a lot of money today, let me tell you. Far lane, Bob McAllister, Cecil County, up against James Young, Team Island. Lights very close. James Young didn't have the best light, but he goes dead on with the 5, gets the win. McAllister 2 over. Next pair, Chris Crow 2. Team New England, 70 Mustang Grande, up against Bob Bates, former ACO racer, now Team Cecil. There we go.
Although, no, he ran in, yeah. I got it.
Well, they do have a 55. So, no text card.
The Mustang goes red. Bob Bates gets a free beat, 582 on an 80, 58 light. Round 3 coming up for him.
So, 57 ID ran in Sportsman.
Chevy versus Ford, Joe Rodriguez. Team Island, a nice red Camaro. He's going to be chasing Christiana Hubbard. Team Esta in the white Mustang.
That is the only troubles child that I was able to.
Joe's got his work cut out for him. Christiana, 2 over with the 10 light, makes short work of him. Next pair, Kyle Rice, Team New England in that light green Nova. Beginning the head start over track champ Pete Bushnell from Lebanon Valley.
We voted in the meeting not to do that.
Because I was at,
Yeah, we voted in the meeting not to do that.
We'll have another team captain meeting tomorrow.
because I remember reading it, and then it's when I was just doing the points. I mean, strictly during the
Mr. Island
race.
Dragway. Come over here once.
Oh boy, we got some serious smoke from Kyle Rice. He breaks out by a couple. Pete Bushnell, 2 over with a 002 light, gets the win. Pickup truck, Bob Hartnett. Team Cecil up against Mike Maude. In the Mustang, Team New Media. Maude goes red. Hartnett, 4 over with the 74 light. Not a great run, but good enough to get him in round 3. Gio Picozzi in the Fink Lane, Team New England, up against Andrew Bracuto. Team Maple Grove in the Firebird. Bracuto, one of the hitters. And you'll see why, even though he lost, he had a 14 light. He just couldn't run the number because he didn't have a good light, but dead on with 1. Gets the stripe by 2 thousandths of a second. Really close race. The yellow Chevelle is Joe Grasso, Team Lebanon Valley, up against Dave Hubbard. The multicolored Camaro, Team Esta.
So 67 ID should be 57 ID. And we do have a tag.
Okay, well, okay, so. So, okay.
Where's the sheet? 67 ID. 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 67 ID.
Hubbard with the light and the win. He goes 5 over with a 15. Beats a 5 over with a 57. Hey, everybody, I just want to let you know concessions is going to be open until 4 o'clock. That's 20 minutes from now, so if you want some food or our great French fries, you got 20 minutes. Paul Werner and Wayne Seavey, dead even off the line. Maple Grove gets it 1 over to a 2 over. Margin of victory 4/10,000ths of a second. Next pair, Scott Besaw. Hi, I'm Deadly. Getting the head start over Bob Dunlap. Both Esta. Dunlap was about a month late. Besaw saw this, got on the brakes, goes 7/16 on a 10. Drag racing, bright colors. Yes, here we are. Bobby Piperata in the red Mustang. Team Island, Matt Smith in the Elky, Team South Mountain. Matthew with the advantage and the win, 781 on a 78. He had a light of 16 to a 57. Piperata closer to the dial-in, but lost on a hole shot. Kelly Fleming in that bright green pickup truck. Team Mason Dixon up against Terry Lee. Team Esta in the Mustang. Terry Lee goes red by pretty fair amount. Kelly gets the win, 2 over with a 46. Far lane, Jared Kinson, New England Dragway. Up against DJ Clark, Team New Media in the red Nova. The edge to Jared and the win. 2 over with a 19 takes it. DJ was 3 over with the worst light. Ray Thurston, look at that. 67 Plymouth Belvedere 2 4-door. Probably weighs as much as maybe a whale, maybe a small apartment building. Take your pick. He's on almost a heads-up run with Michael Riley, Team New England. Advantage Thurston, and he gets the win dead on with an 8 with a 31 light. Riley breaks out by 3. Jason Mazzata going to get a slight head start over a New England guy racing for Team Canada, Jorge Carrera. Carrera's in the Beamer and Jason in the Nova. Mazzata with the advantage and the win, 2 over with a 62 light. Carrera also 2 over, but with a 93 light. So a pretty easy win for Jason. So I kept saying this was Danny Bell because it looks like his car, but it's actually Bill Bugden, who painted his car orange just to screw me up. That was the only reason. He's got another Lebanon Valley guy, Anthony Johnson, in the Mercury Marauder. Advantage Bugden, but he breaks out by 2. Johnson gets the win dead on with the 6. Bugden had him by 5 in lights. He probably had a little room, but that didn't work out. Next up, Ski Viveros. Team New England, the Vega sedan delivery up against George Fisher. Team New England. Fisher goes red. Ski gets the win, 607 on a 603. More Chevys. We got a red Vega. We got a blue Camaro. Matt Wilson in the Camaro. Team Cecil and Fred Johns. Team Mason. 72 Vega. Wilson had light, gets the win, 3 over with a 31, beats a 2 over with a 67. Of all of these Camaros and this 169 Firebird, Bob Gonier, Kevin Core in the far lane with the Dodge Demon. 2 pretty rare muscle cars. Advantage to the Mopar and the win. 3 over with the 23 takes it. Going here a little closer, 2 over, but with the 49 light, so a whole shot win for Kevin Core. And this one, Tom Scrifignano. Team New Media is going to try to run down Dave Harvey. Team Island. Harvey goes red by 3 little thousandths. Scrifignano, 655 on a 657. Next up, Michael Franek. He's going to be chasing Paul Northrop in the silver Chevy. Team New Media, Team Island. It is close, and Paul Northrup gets the win. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Gamblers back to 1 and 2. Kay Kraus, you have the bye run, so please come up lane 7. Sean Nichols is going to be chasing Matt Consiglio. Team Lebanon, Team Esta. Advantage Nichols, and the win. He goes 3 over. He had 004 light. Consiglio gave up 400s on the tree. Goes dead on with a 3, but not good enough. Whole shot win for Shawnee. Kyle Gockley in the pickup truck. Team Maple Grove up against Rob Zetterberg. Team Island. Almost a heads-up race, only 800s difference. Advantage Zetterberg and the win. Dead on with an 8 with a 23 light. Great run. Gockley was dead on too with a 6. But that reaction time. Whole shot win. Paul Scribani over in the Napa lanes could be chasing Lee Ratzkovich in the Mustang. Team Lebanon, Team Island. Well, somebody was dead late and somebody was perfect. Scribani slows to a 585 with a trip zip. Lee's reaction time begins with a 3, and we're going to leave it there. Good matchup here. Dave Parker in the Camaro is going to be chasing John Hedenberg's Mustang. Hedenberg with the advantage, but he breaks out by a couple. Parker, 1 over with a 34, gets the win. I was checking out this car in the pits. Dennis Core, 68 Dodge Super B. Oh my God, this thing is gorgeous. Tyler Weicker in the far lane's going to be doing the chasing in the S10 pickup. Tyler had the light, but in a double breakout, he's under by 2. Dennis under by 1. The Mopar comes back. Chris Gagne in the pickup truck is going to be chasing Joe Clark from Sunbury, Pennsylvania. I know where that is. Team New Media for Joe. Team New Media for both. Chris goes red, but Joe was 002 with 1 over. Wow, 12-pack for Joe Clark and the win. Good run. Keith Warner. Mason Dixon, 67 Ranchero. Big block Ford. Gotta love this car. Mike Block, number 2 in Pro up here at Lebanon Valley, gets the head start. Warner with a big head start, but he can't even come close to the number. Mike Block, dead on with the 4, pulls out a win, a 72 versus a 007 light. Wow. Next pair is going to be Trish Witt in the Dodge Dart in the Fink Equipment lane up against Brad Taylor. Team Canada. Advantage Trish, and she gets the win dead on with the 7. With the 300th advantage on the starting line, no way she could lose. Next up, Callie Klein in the yellow Duster. Team Mason Dixon. She'll be chasing Dave Trout in the Mustang. Team South Mountain. Callie had the starting line advantage, couldn't run the number. Trout gets the win, 3 over with the 57 light. Pretty close, margin victory, 9 thousandths of a second. Next pair, Clayton Garber. 70 Skylark could be chasing Keith White. 77 Chevy Nova. Two good lights. Anybody's race at the top. And Keith White breaks out by a bunch. Clayton Garber, 12 light. Dead on with the 9, gets the win. All right, we got just a few cars left in Pro. We will be into round 2 of Super. All right, Mike LaRose, Team New Media. In the Purple Darts, going to be chasing John Kalaga in the Cougar with the Antichrist Island 666. Just kidding. Oh my goodness. Kalaga, a perfect light and 2 over, takes care of LaRose, who had a 004. He is 3 over. What amazing pass that was. Next up, Dan Hanley, Team Esta. In the Nap Lane, Dave Harvey. In the Pontiac, Lemon. In the Fink Lane. Harvey with the light and the win. Only needs a 687 on a 679. The lights were 10 to a 68. Joe Valencia, the Thunderstruck car. Big block Mopar, Team Mason Dixon. Robert Smith in the far lane in the Nova. Pretty much a heads-up race. Only 0.02 of a second separate the two. Advantage to Smith, but he can't run the number. He's 7 off Valencia. 1 over with the 65 light, moves on to round 3. In Lebanon Valley's Brian Willett does actually get the bye at the end of round 2 here. Small block Ford, 93 Mustang. .28 light and 2 over. That was a fun second round. Second round, a super eliminator coming up. And if you thought we saw some tight racing there, it's going to tighten up even more with the fast cars. We are doing just a little bit of track prep here before the super eliminator cars come out. We'll just be down for a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. Here we go, round two. Camden Morgano in the green Chevy Monza will be chasing Charlene Lipp, Team Canada. The little blue Mustang, Camden Team New England. Camden goes red. Charlene was really late, but she got a gift. 677 with a 4 on a 678 for the win. Now we got a couple of real swoopy door cars. Anthony Zagarelli, 63 vet, although trust me, it was never a real 63 vet. No 63 vet was harmed in the making of this race car. Joe Martz in the pickup truck, Team Mason-Dixon. Two great lights, and at the top end, Zagarelli takes it 1 over to a 2 over. The lights were 10 for Martz, 14 for Anthony. Dan Galinas, Porsche 944 with the small block Chevy in it. You gotta love it. James Carty in the far lane, Maple Grove. Chevy Cavalier. Oh man. Two great lights again. And the Porsche, 2 over with the 006 takes it. 2 over with the 10. Oh my God, margin of victory, 5/10,000ths of a second. That was a close race. Back to a couple of door cars. Doug Fellenbaum, Team South Mountain in the red Nova. Bill Blaker III in the Monte Carlo. Blaker, all he needed to do was go green. Fellenbaum red lit. Blaker, 21 with a 4 on a 22 with the 21 light. He's coming back for round 3. Next pair, Sean Barrett in the pickup truck. Team Mason-Dixon up against Steve Whitman. Another Team Mason-Dixon car, numbers 3 and 4. Lights very close. And Barrett gets the win, dead on with a 1. Whitman dead on with an 8. Another real close one, 2 thou margin. Next up, Steve Russell in the Vega. He's going to be chasing Nel Bilad Jr. in the Malibu. Oh my goodness. 001 beats a 004. Dead on with an 8. 1 over with a 1. Margin victory, 5 thou. Whoa. I think we're getting serious here. George Hoff, 66 Fairlane, Cecil County, number 1 guy. That's the blue car, getting the head start over Mark Godding, Team Canada. Godding was way late. Hoff saw that, got out of the throttle. Had a 15 light, only needs a 715 to get the win. Godding, his light started with a 1, and I don't mean a .1. In the far lane, Harley Parson, Team Island's going to get chased by Connor Hebig in the dragster. Team South Mountain. And that one, Harley Parson won 1 over with a 27. Connor was 1 over but had a 39 light. We're seeing some very close racing. Doug Dahl in the dragster racing for South Mountain. Mike Thomas in the Camaro racing for Team Esta. Oh, another one. 003 beats a 001. 2 over, 3 over. Margin victory, 14 thou. We are seeing some killer lights. Killer, I tell ya. Now we got a Lebanon Valley pair. Dale Schaefer in this gorgeous 92 Camaro up against Kevin Billets. Kevin, who? The Billets family, the team captains here for Lebanon Valley. We appreciate that. I'll be outside in a little while for my steak and my martini. Well, Dale had the light, 004 to a 36, but in a double breakout. Kevin Billets under by 1 thou, gets the win. Margin, really 2 thou. He's all the Lebanon guys, just all bunched up. Keith Lozier going to be chasing Michael J. Fitz, although Michael racing for Team Canada. If there were a Braga Racing Hall of Fame in Division One, I guarantee you Mike Fitz would be in it. Multiple track championships, just won a Super Street championship. This guy has done just about everything there is to do. Another one. 005 beats a 004. Fitz 2 over. Lozier dead on with a 4. The lights 004, 005. Wow. Oh my goodness. Dave Sislick from New England Dragway. Finally have a name for him. He's over in the far lane. He's going to try to hold off Casey Kovacs, Team Canada. Kovacs with the light at 008 goes 2 over for the win. Sizzlick, 23 light goes 1 over, so gets beat on a hole shot. Andy Purcell, 1941 Willis. Man, that thing is just gorgeous. Team Mason-Dixon, you're going to try to hold off Island Dragway's Todd Martin in the dragster. Martin with the light and the win. 3 over with a 003. Purcell close to the dial in. A hole shot win for Todd Martin. Andy Dolan. Mason Dixon in this green flamed Malibu. Try to hold off Robbie Boyd. Team Island. Boyd with the light, Boyd with the win. Dolan takes the stripe, breaks out by a couple of hundredths. Now I gotta love this. I was talking about this earlier with Mark Beaton. The guy in the far lane, Ken LeBlanc, the guy who was leading the points at New England with 1 week left. Mark Beaton, our track champion. Both of these cars were Ken LeBlanc's cars. Mark's car was driven by LeBlanc for many moons. He sold the car to Mark, who's had great success. Ken LeBlanc took him a while to get used to his new car. Both of these are Dan Page cars. And now here we are in the Gamblers racing each other. I guarantee you they are both amped up and enjoying the challenge. Lights 2 thou apart and Beaton dead on with the 5. LeBlanc breaks out by a less than 1,000th of a second. Oh my goodness, that was a heck of a race. Mark Beaton won it though. LeBlanc's old car came back to haunt him. Something, unfortunately, not happy with Mr. Berard's car. Chris Campione, Team Maple Grove, the Midnight Express, is going to get a bye run. How about dead on with the 5, 33 light? Next up, Jason Day, 66 Mercury Comet, will be chasing Chef Alabak. Number 1 car from South Mountain, Jason from Mason-Dixon. I like the blue bumpers. And the Mercury has the better reaction time and takes it in double breakout. Under by 2. Hellebuck under by 3. Next up, John Severling. Team Maple Grove, nice looking Chevy Nova, 71. And the far lane, Zath Rothenberger. Thought I recognized that car. 2001 Ed Quay chassis. Zag dead on with the 5, and the better light gets the win. Severling 1 over. Not a bad run, but not good enough. All right, we got Matt versus Matt. Long roof versus short room. Matt Himes. Esta with Malibu wagon will get chased with a 1 second head start by Matt Taccone, number 2 car at Lebanon Valley. The lights are close, and Himes gets the win. Both are 2 over, margin victory, 100th of a second.
Wouldn't you rather have it be registered to the office address? Because if it's registered to you in Connecticut, don't you have to pay property tax on that? That's true. Where if you would register it to the office in PA.
Caleb Klein and Iggy Falcone, the GTO, a heads-up race. 2 great lights. And Caleb Klein, dead on with an 8, gets the win. A 12-pack for Caleb Klein. Falcone breaks out by 5 thou. Leaving first, Tom Samsel in the Vega. Team Esta, Terry Benton, Team Island is going to be doing the chasing. Samsel goes red. Benton with the free ride. 627 with the 1 on a 628. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Bikes and sleds. Lane 7 and 8 for your round 2. Bikes and sleds. Lanes 7 and 8. Heather Boyko in the dragster. We'll be chasing James Mosher. 2005 Mustang with big block Ford in it. Mosher, as it breaks out by 1,000th. Heather, 1 over with the 42 light, gets the win. Al Ferrari, I wonder if Circus painted that car. That's what it looks like. In the far lane, Dave Beauchamp, Team Mason Dixon. Ferrari, Team Island. Nice wheel stand for Ferrari, but in a double breakout, he's under by 2. Beauchamp under by a few thou, and Beauchamp gets the win. Next up, Bradley Givyar. Team New Media up against Jason Amy. In the blue car, number 1 car from Maple Grove.
Earlier on.
Jason with the win, 009 to 16 lights. 2 over to a 3 over. Next pair, Ray Thurston Sr. in the Barracuda Fastback, small block powered. Team New Media, he will get a head start over Jean Ann Zettenberg. Team Island in the green dragster.
Because it's nice to have when this computer takes care of it, but it's got to be going somewhere.
And Zettenberg gets the win. Thurston breaks out by 9 thou. Jean Ann had the light, but she was way off the number. I like this one here. In the pink lane, Randy Krause, former, I believe, multiple-time winner of the bracket finals. Team Mason Dixon up against George Foster, number 6 car at Lebanon Valley. Lights pretty close, but Randy gets the win. Both cars off the number. George way off the number. Randy moves on to round 3. Couple of Maple Grove cars in the far lane, Jen Murray. In the pink equipment lane, Jake Narr. Jen with the light, but she breaks out by 1,000th of a second. Jake Narr dead on with 1 with 20 light, gets the win. In the pink lane, Dana Beauchamp, almost a heads-up race with Rich Turkowski. Team Mason versus Team Maple. Look at the dial-ins, only 1/100th the difference.
Okay. Awesome. I'll do that in the next 20 minutes. All right. Thanks, Travis. All right.
Turkowski with the light and runs dead on with the 5 for the win. Dana breaks out by 3/100ths.
Just to prove not too long ago.
Oh, to prove that that is the business?
Yeah.
Harry Olson. Team Canada 66 Mustang. What a nice car. Over in the far lane, Jackson Worders. Team New England.
I think that's how it is now. It wasn't registered to Craig's apartment. It was registered to the office.
Yeah, I'd much prefer that too.
Yeah, because that way, if you ever decided, fuck this, I'm done, you can just drop the thing off.
Right.
You don't have to worry about it.
Jackson with the light. Wins the double breakout, under by 3 thou. Olson under by a couple of hundredths. Must be getting a little cooler. We're starting to see some breakouts here. Bill Carroll, 74 Monza, Team Maple Grove. Getting the head start over Jason Wilson, Team New Media.
Bill, I can take Sportsman.
The dragster had the light, goes 1 over for the win. Carroll breaks out by 6 thou. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsman back to lanes 1 and 2 for your third round. Car 53, Cecil County, pulling into lane 7. If there's a bye, you get it. Brian Ricklitis in the Fink lane. We'll be chasing Ray Stanton, 2 fast dragsters.
Yes, yes.
Stanton with the light, dead on with the 6. Ricklitis breaks out by 2 thousandths, had 21 light. Last pair in super, 2 young ladies in the far lane. Caitlin Krause, she would have had the bye if there was one. She's going to be chasing Jenna Nichols.
Why are you so mean?
Advantage Jenna, and she gets the win. 1 over with the 26. Caitlin was late with the 60. Goes 2 over, and Jenna moves on to round 3. That does it with super. Adam Sharon going to lead us off with the motorcycles. The red by Boyd Kleindienst, Team Mason Dixon. He's going to get chased by Adam Sharon. Two good lights. And Kleindens gets it dead on with the 2. Adam dead on with the 4. The difference in the lights did it. Margin exactly 100th of a second. Next pair, Heather Baymond. In the Fink Equipment lane, we'll be chasing Brian Canolis, Team Mason-Dixon. Well, that was not won or lost on the starting line, and Canolis gets it 2 over. 2 over, margin victory. Wow, 9 thousandths of a second. Lawrence Curry, Team Cecil getting the head start over Lightning Tisdale, Team Lebanon. Lights are close. Tisdale 4 over gets the win. Curry was 5 over. Margin victory 6 thou. Dave Ferguson, the sled rider, getting the head start. He's from Ireland. Kevin Twardowski in the other lane, and Ferguson goes red. Twardowski, 009 green. 545 on a 47 for the win. In the far lane, Jeff Tisdale. Almost a heads-up race with Chris Mealy from Island Dragway. Jeff from here. Jeff has the light. Jeff gets the win with a 2 over run. Next pair, Kevin Sutliff. This is a really nice looking bike. 2008 Hayabusa. Chasing Kevin Hamilton over in the far lane. Hamilton, Team Mason-Dixon. Kevin, Team Esta. Close on the lights, and Kevin Hamilton. Dead on with the 4, gets the win. Kevin 2 over. Vanderbilt Boyce is going to be chasing Jacob Hamilton. Maple Grove versus Mason-Dixon. Hamilton goes red. Boyce 15 light, 4 over for the win. Next to Haley Fair. On the white bike, Brandon McCombie. On the black and purple one, McCombie gets the head start. Well, Brandon was very late. Haley wasn't great, but a lot better than that. Gets the win with a dead-on 563.
Bill, I will take Pro to 3 and 4. Paul Scriviani is the buy 7.
Jeff Cesari in the Fink equipment lane is going to be chasing Boyd Matthias. Another Maple Grove versus Mason Dixon. Slight edge to Matthias, and he does get the win. 4 over with the 36 light. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro Eliminator back to 3 and 4. Pro to 3 and 4. Paul Scrivani, you get the bye if there is one. Please go up lane 7. And even more important, actually a lot more important than that, Team Island Dragway, guess what? Dinner is ready. Head on over, and I trust that somebody there is going to be bringing me my small steak, medium rare, and a martini. Thank you. Here we go, round 3, Sportsman.
He's going to have to bring all that information up here.
Yes. You're telling me he's pissing me off now. He coming up here.
Jeff Filer getting the head start over Joe Morena. And something bad happened with Filer. Morena, see, that's good bracket racing. He knew Filer was in trouble. You heard him get out of the throttle way early, so he didn't break out. He goes 777 for the win. It looks like Filer lost fire. All right, next pair. Almost a heads-up run with Billy Kirpins Jr. in the Fink equipment lane up against Richard Vose in the Napa lane. Team Esta versus Team Lebanon. Kirpins with the advantage and the win. 1 over with a 19. Beats a dead on with a 2 with a 44 light margin victory. 13 thou. Reaction time just so important in these races. Next up, Dave Murrin and Nick Beeler. Mason Dixon versus Cecil. Murrin goes red. Beeler in the El Camino. Gets the free pass, 741 on a 736. Good. Next up, Scott Embley and Mark Ketterer, both team Maple Grove. Embley gets the head start. Well, one killer light. That is Embley. 3 over for the win. Ketterer breaks out. And we aren't out of Ketterers yet. Here's another one in the blue dart. Getting the head start over John Olcott. Both team Maple Grove. .002 light for Olcott. He's the winner in double breakout. He's under by 8 thou. Ketterer under by 5/100ths. Here's the slowest car, the only one with a double-digit dial-in, Sammy Snap, getting the head start on Dave Harvey. Team Canada versus Island Dragway. Don't count Snap out. He made a fantastic run last time. But this time, Sammy goes red by a bunch. Dave Harvey with the win. Dead on with the 6. Finally have a name, Jeff Ronner with his gorgeous 68 Skylark. He's going to be doing the chasing. He's going to chase David Myers. David Mason Dixon, Ronner, Team Island. Myers goes red in the Buick, which looks so darn comfortable. Moves on with the 742. Next up, Russ Wilbur and Butch Weinrich. Butch in the green car, Russ in locomotive breath. They're both green. Russ Wilbur had the light, goes dead on with an 8 for the win. Butch goes 2 over. The last pair are Justin Kirkham. The little Mustang, too, will try to hold off Todd Lipke. Todd Lipke has the light but can't get it done. A double breakout. The little Mustang, too, breaks out by 6 thou and moves on to round 3. Pro round 3. Good pairing here. James Young in the Camaro, Sean Nichols in the Mustang. Team Island, Team Lebanon. Almost a heads-up race. Sean Nichols with the advantage. Dead on with a 6 for the win. James Young breaks out by 3 thou. Shawnee had 008 light. Lebanon Valley again, Pete Bushnell is going to be chasing Kevin Core. Lebanon Valley and Maple Grove. Bushnell is late and can't get it done. Kevin Core, 008, 2 over, gets an easy win. Now we get another Lebanon Valley car, Anthony Johnson in the Mercury Marauder. He's going to be chasing Joe Valencia in the Thunderstruck Plymouth Duster. Who did Thunderstruck? That's AC/DC, I think, right? Right. Valencia had the light, has the win, 3 over with a 007. Anthony 1 over, but didn't have a good light, so whole shot win for Joe Valencia in the Thunderstruck car. Another Lebanon Valley car over in the far lane, Michael Block. He's going to get the head start over Gino Picozzi from New England in the blue Mustang. And Block goes red. Gino gets the win. 635 on a 637. Matt Smith from South Mountain in that bright green El Camino is going to try to hold off Clayton Garber in the Skylark. Team Mason-Dixon. Garber with the light. Garber with the win. 1 over with the 16. More than Matt Smith can handle. Kelly Fleming in the truck. Brian Willett in the Mustang. Oh boy. Brian was a day late and breaks out. Kelly Fleming 1 over with the 54, gets the win. Here comes Hee-Haw. That was a TV show, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. If you get a chance to see this car in the pits, go look at it. It is 100% show quality. It's going to try to hold off Rob Zetterberg's Monte Carlo. Zetterberg 001 only needs a 618 on an 09. Dennis Core in the Hee-Haw was late. Was only one over, but that was a whole shot win. In the far lane, Bob Bates. Team Cecil will be chasing Bob Hartnett. Also Team Cecil. Close on the starting line, and at the top, Bates gets it in a double breakout. He's under by 1 thou. Hartnett under by a couple of hundredths. Paul Werner over in the Napa lane will be chasing Joe Clark in the Nova. Only 500 separate the two. Team Maple Grove and Team New Media. Werner with a huge advantage and an easy win. He goes 3 over. Clark breaks out, trying to hold him off. Margin off the tree was a full 1/10 of a second, which is like 2 days. Dave Parker, Lebanon Valley, try to hold off New England's Jared Kinson. Parker goes red by a bunch. Jared 013. 81 with a 3 on an 82 for the win. Next up, Ray Thurston the 4th. He's going to actually be chasing Christiana Hubbard. Killer light for Ray, and he moves on with the 2 over run. Christiana 2 over as well, but the light's a 22 and 02. 002, I should say. That's the difference. Scott Besaw. He's deadly. Jason Mazzata says, we'll see about that. Team New England, Team Esta. Besaw goes red. Mazzata 002. 1 over with the 2. 14 package. Very good run for Jason Mazzata. Here's McCougar. John Kalaga. Yeah, double O, I think a triple O light. Last run, Dave Hubbard, his competition from ESTA, is going to be chasing the Cougar. Oh, baby. Twin 008 lights. Hubbard breaks out, and the Cougar, 2 over, moves on. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super 1 and 2. Mr. Russell with the 71 Vega. You have the buy if there is one. Please go up lane 7. Northrop. 653 on a 696 dial. That was a little off. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Team ESTA is looking for a welder. They got somebody who has a bracket that needs welding. That's why we call it bracket racing. So if anybody's got a welder can help Team ESTA out, go see them. Next up, Matt Wilson in the Camaro, Dave Harvey in the Le Mans. Island versus Cecil. Wilson with light. Wilson with the win. 1 over with the 26. Dave Harvey 2 over with a 40. And Scribani is not getting the buy. He's got a tough customer instead in Trish Witt. And this is going to be a pretty close race, too. 1,200's the difference in dial-ins. Scribani with the edge and the win. Trish Witt breaks out by a couple. Scribani dead on with one with a 24 light. Great run for him. That concludes round 3 of Pro Eliminator. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. After this round, anybody that did not enter the gamblers and did not get 2 time trials, we're going to have a cleanup session for you. There's not too many of you that qualify for that, but we are going to do that after this round of Super and then Bikes. Figure about 20 minutes. All right, Charlene Lepp in the Mustang, Team Canada. Going to get the head start over Billy Blaker, William III in the Monte Carlo. Blaker wasn't even close. The lights an 11 to a 133. Blaker 25 on a 21 for the win. Tony Zagarelli in the Corvette up against George Hoff, 66 Fairlane. Big head start, almost a second and a half for George Hoff. Two good lights, and Zagarelli makes George Hoff break out despite having a 009 light. Zagarelli dead on with the 2 with the 22 light for the win. Next pair, Dan Galinas in the Porsche up against Harley Parson in the Malibu. Malibu getting the head start. Harley dead late. Galinas dead on with the 9 with the 13 light for an easy win. Next pair, Kevin Billets in the dragsters going to be chasing Sean Barrett in the pickup truck. Lights are close. Billets gets the win. Barrett breaks out by 3. Billets 1 over with the 23 for the win. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Bikes and sleds back to the lanes. Kevin Twardowski, if there's by run, you get it. Next pair, Jason Day. 66 Mercury Comet, interesting body style, up against Zach Rothenberger in the Ed Quay Dragster, a very common body style. Zach had the light, goes 2 over for the win. Day 3 over with a 30 light, just not good enough. Next up, Casey Kovacs. Team Canada is going to be chasing Jean-Ann Zettenberg, Team Island. Lawn darts the pair. Somebody's got a perfect light. Yeah, they won. Kovacs, oh my God, dead on with the 9 trip zip 9-pack for KC Kovacs. Jean-Ann didn't do bad, 17 light, 1 over, but she wasn't in that ball game. Next up, Mark Beaton, our track champ, up against Ray Stanton, number 3 at Lebanon Valley. You'd almost figure these guys know what they're doing. I would say we're gonna see a good race here, hopefully. Oh, 2 great lights. And Beaton had the best light, goes dead on with the 7 with the 003, a 10-pack for Beaton. Stanton breaks out by 3 thou. Wow. Here's another great pair over in the far lane. The gold car, that's Randy Krause, multiple-time winner at the bracket finals, up against Keith Lozier, former track champ here at Lebanon Valley Dragway, racing at home, and there is an advantage to that. Killer and killer. Krause, 004, dead on with the 4 and 8-pack. Lozier, 009 and 1 over. That's a great run, but ain't good enough to beat an 8-pack. Wow. Randy Krause just showed us what he is made of. Both of them did, really. Next up, Matt Himes in the long roof, Rick Turkowski in the no roof. Dragster with the light. Dragster dead on with a 2. Hines dead on with the 4, but the light's a 30 to a 20. Turkowski gets the win. Next up, Caleb Klein, Team Mason-Dixon. The far lane, Jason Amey, number 1 car from Maple Grove. Close on the line, and Jason Amey had the better light, drives around him dead on with the 2. Klein breaks out by 9 thou. Klein had a little bit better light, but it wasn't enough. In the Napa lane, Terry Benton. In the Camaro, in the Fink lane, Heather Boyko. In the Dragster. Benton with the light goes dead on with a 0. 13 pack for Terry Benton. Heather dead on with a 0, but she had a 35 light. Couple of black dragsters in the far lane. Todd Martin getting the head start over Chris Campione. Campione goes red. Todd Martin, 001. 498 with a 2. He moves on to round 3. Next pair in the dragster, David Beauchamp. He's going to be chasing Robbie Boyd in the 69 Camaro. Head start for the Camaro, only 11/100ths of a second. Beauchamp doesn't have the light, but he gets it done. Boyd off the number, margin victory, couple of hundredths of a second.
So, Bill, we can call anybody who
All right, next pair. JW versus JW in the white car, Jackson Warders. In the white car with paint stuff on it, Jason Wilson. ND versus NE. Jackson welded him. Easy win, 002, 504. All he needed, Jason breaks out. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you did not get 2 time trials and you did not gamble, please come up. Lanes 1 and 2 for Sportsman, 3 and 4 for Pro, 5 and 6 for Super, 7 and 8 for Motorcycles. Almost a heads-up race here. Jake Narr, tough customer. And he's got a tough customer in the other lane, and Jenna Nichols. Narr getting the head start by only 0.06 of a second. Jenna has the light. Jenna dead on with a 6. 17 pack for Jenna. Makes Jake Narr break out and moves on to round 4. And the last car, Steve Russell. .004 light. And 556. Motorcycles coming up next. Motorcycles. Lightning Tisdale in the Fink Lane. Boyd Mathias. Mason Dixon over in the Napa Lane. Both left too soon. Lightning left a little too sooner. Boyd Mathias gets the win with a 567. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call for cleanup runs. Final call for cleanup runs. Haley Fair and Brian Canolis. Canolis with the head start on the red bike. Oh boy, Haley had some problems. Canolis paying attention. Got out of it way early and gets the win. Made sure he didn't break out. Here's the other Tisdale brother, Jeff, known as Jeffro, up against Kevin Hamilton, Mason Dixon. Hamilton was leading, had the better light, but got out of it early. Tisdale saw that, coasted by, got the easy win. Next pair, Vanderbilt Boyce Jr. in the Fink lane. We'll be chasing Boyd Kleindienst on the red bike. Bloyd. Kind of like that.
Bill, we can call Sportsman into lane 20.
And Boyce gets it. Kleindienst goes red by a couple of hundredths. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsman, round 4, back to 1 and 2. Jay Olcott, if there's a bye, you are getting it, sir. Kevin Torgowski, the last bike. Team Maple Grove. He goes 546 with a 1 on 546 for the win in the bye run. Maple Grove doing pretty good today. I mean, we all have this track rivalry going on. We all love Lebanon Valley, but I will admit, Lebanon Valley doesn't have the one key thing that Maple Grove has, and that is, probably most of you know this, the Shady Maple, the Disneyland of food. I would love to go there for dinner tonight. Maybe you could, we could get like a bunch of them to move up here and open up Shady Maple 2 in like Troy or something. That'd be great. Here's Frank Ware. We have a few cleanup runs, then we will be back into Sportsman. Check this thing out. Fred Jacobs from Esta.
Yeah, no. You can feel free to shake your finger at him. You're not going to do that in elimination.
Fred Jacobs' wing is about as big as like some small houses I've seen.
We had that at Cumberland too.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Only a few. That's an interesting looking car.
507. 134 miles an hour for the top sportsman looking car. Jeremy Popple is 613. All right, attention in the pits. The lanes are now closed for makeup runs. If you didn't make it up, that is, you're not going to be able to get another run in today. All right, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. We need Pro back to 3 and 4. Rob Zettenberg. If there is a buy run, you get it with the big orange Monty. Here we go, round 4. Sportsman Billy Kirpins Jr. up against Dave Harvey. Two tough customers here. Team Lebanon, Team Island. Harvey with the advantage, but he breaks out. Billy Kirpins dead on with the 2, gets the win with the 19 light. Harvey had a 006. Here comes the little Mustang that could. Justin Kirkham getting the head start over Nick Beeler in Monte Carlo, El Camino. Advantage Beeler, and he does get the win. 1 over with the 009. Kirkham, a little late with the 73, breaks out, trying to hold him off. Scott Embley in the Chevy Blazer, getting 3/10 over Joe Morena. See if the Camaro can run him down. Morena has the better light, goes 1 over, puts Scott back in the trailer. Russ Wilbur gets to take on Jeff Ronner in the luxury Buick. That car really looks like something your aunt, the cat lady, would drive. Except the cat lady has cat-like reflexes, but can run the number, runs a full 10th off, had the light, a 13 to a 94, but Russ Wilbur, 1 over, gets the win by 3 thousandths of a second. And the buy run going to John Olcott, Team Maple Grove. Olcott 001 light. 59 on the 63 for the win. Pro up next. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Final call for pro. Round 4 to the lanes. Final call for pro. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Eliminator bringing back to 1 and 2. Super to 1 and 2. Mr. Kovacs. Lane 7. If there's a bye, it's yours. Ooh, I like this matchup right here to start us off. Gino Picozzi in the blue Mustang. Shawnee Nichols in the gunmetal Mustang. Slight head start for Sean. Advantage Nichols, but he can't run the number. Picozzi sneaks around him dead on with the 5, gets the win by 4 thousandths of a second. Thurston the 4th in the big 4-door. Going to be chasing Kevin Core in the 71 Demon. Looks like that should be like the opposite way around, but it ain't. Oh, baby. Another killer. And Thurston the 4th, 3 over with a 004, beats a breakout 696 with a 007. Was weird. Thurston looked like he drove that thing over the left part of the lane. Who knows? Maybe to make it harder to judge. Tom Scrifignano in the pickup truck. Getting a small head start over Joe Valencia in the Dusta. Stripanano goes red. Valencia was way late. It doesn't matter. He gets the win with a 648 on a 646. Next pair, Jared Kinson. Team New England's could be chasing Paul Northrop. Team New Media. Kinson goes red by 0.02 of a second. Northrop, decent 29 light, goes 654 for the win. Kinson, 200's too fast. Looks like it's getting cooler out there, and we're going to start to see some breakouts. Next up, John Kalaga, the Magic Cougar, getting the head start over Bob Bates. Both Team Cecil. Cougar with the light, but he breaks out by 4. Bates dead on with 1 with a 58 for the win. Couple of Gen 3s. Paul Scribani in the Camaro in the Napa lane, and Matt Wilson in the Camaro in the Fink lane. An 86 and an 87. Scribani with the light and the win, dead on with the 2 with the 15 light. Wilson 2 over, that was all she wrote. Next pair, Kelly Fleming in the Kermit Green pickup truck. Getting the head start over Clayton Garber in the Skylark. Both team Mason Dixon. Mason Dixon having a good day today. Well, Kelly went red. Clayton had a perfect light. Goes a 601 for the win. Good pairing here. Maple Grove's Paul Werner in the Fink Equipment lane, getting the head start over Jason Mazzata, one of the steady runners from New England Dragway. Light's fairly close. And Mazzata gets it. Werner breaks out by 1/8 thou. Mazzata dead on with the 9 with the 28 light for the win. And check it out, Rob Zetterberg really does get the bye run. And big old Monty, 609 dialing. I'm saying he's going quicker. I'm saying he's going 06. Picks front wheels up pretty good. How about that? 606 with a 6. Just come up to the tower before every run. I'll dial you in. All right, that does it for Pro Super. Up next. All right, so we're going to take a few minutes, do a little track prep for Super, and they will be out next. All right, Super coming out. We got some great matchups in store. I'm not sure what the payout's going to be, but I'll tell you, especially in the two big classes, somebody is going home wealthy tonight. First pair, Lebanon Valley Racer versus a former Lebanon Valley Racer. Bill Blaker III in the Monte Carlo getting the head start over Dave Beauchamp. Beauchamp 007 breaks out by 7th out. Double breakout. Blaker under by 300. Slights 007 and 015. Beauchamp moves on. Next, we're going to have Zach Rothenberger in the dragster chasing Dan Galinas in the Porsche. Rothenberger with the light, but he breaks out by more than Dan Galinas. Galinas escapes with the win. All right, attention in the pits. So attention in the pits. Motorcycles back to 7 and 8, please. Motorcycles back to 7 and 8. Next up, the head start going to Anthony Zagarelli in the Corvette. Rich Turkowski in the Ed Quay car is going to try to run him down. Lights pretty much identical. And Zagarelli takes it in a double breakout. He's under by 4th thou. Turkowski under by 6th thou. Next up, over in the Napa lane, Todd Martin from Island Dragway. He is going to be chasing Jenna Nichols, but only 300ths of a sec differentiate these two. Jenna racing for Team New Media Dragway. Jenna goes red by a thou. Martin 014. 497 on a 498. Jenna breaks out by 2 as well. Next up, the Vega of Steve Russell. We'll try to hold off my fellow redhead, Jackson Worders. Jackson goes red by 3 thou. Steve Russell 009 green. Dead on with a 4. 15 pack. Mark Beaton, track champ here at Lebanon Valley. Taking on Jason Amy. Number 1, Maple Grove. Number 1, Lebanon Valley. Amy was not late. Mark Beaton was in a double breakout. Jason Amy moves on to round 5. Terry Benton in the Camaro, Kevin Billets in the Dragster. Camaro had light, but he broke out. Kevin Billets with 42 light, dead on with 1, stays in the picture. Last pair over in the far lane, Randy Krause up against Casey Kovacs. He would have had the buy run if there was one. And look at the dial-ins. They're only 1/100th of a second apart. Hey, how are you? Good. Good to see you.
Derek Logan's pose. Hi, Denise. I'm still in my natural grid wear.
Dedication.
Yep. Hey, Wayne. Looks good downstairs. Good idea. Oh, I'm here. Yeah. I wasn't gonna make it, but I had to make it. Yeah, I'm gonna be leaving Saturday to go to that funeral, and you know. It's a tough one.
Kovacs with the edge, but he breaks out. Randy Krause dead on with a 0 with the 21. Takes the last pair in Super. Bikes and sleds coming up next. But we have one time trial first. Rich Wendler, Island Dragway. All right, motorcycles, round 4. Over in the Napa lane, Boyd Mathias. He will be getting the head start over Vanderbilt Boyce Jr.
I wasn't gonna come here, and I said, you know what, I can't not be here.
Sportsman, back to the lanes, Bill. 1, 2, 3.
Attention to the pits. So attention to the pits. Sportsman back to 1 and 2, please. Sportsman back to 1 and 2. Oh, two good lights. Anybody's race at the top, and boy, Matthias gets in a double breakout. He's under by 1,000th of a second. Next pair, Jeffro, a.k.a. Jeff Tisdale, will be getting the head start over Kevin Twardarski. Pretty close, only 1,300ths between the two bikes. Oh, baby, Jeffro nailed the light. 008, 563 on a 59, knocks out Twardarski. And the buy run going too. I would guess his friends probably call him Brian Cannoli. What do you think? They got to. Brian Canolis. Team Mason Dixon. Canola's 002 red. That doesn't matter on the buy run. He goes 586 on 585. That does it for bikes. Well, we're down to 3 bikes. Yeah. And and a reminder to all racers, if you go to the semifinals, you're going to have money coming, but you've got to pick it up promptly tonight. If you don't pick it up, whoosh, like a little bird, it will disappear. Sportsman, this is your last call. Sportsman, let's get him back. attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro Eliminator, we need you back to 3 and 4. Pro to 3 and 4. And Mr. Garber, should there be a bye, it belongs to you. Five cars left in Sportsman, one of them Billy Kirpins Jr. Almost a heads-up race with Joe Morena III. Morena getting a head start of 2/100ths of a second. Kirpins with the edge and the win. 747, all he needs on his 740 dial. Morena both slow and late, and not a good place to be. And speaking of Lebanon Valley, here's Russ Wilbur taking on John Olcott from Maple Grove. Olcott goes red. Wilbur with the free ride. Dead on with a 0. So we got 3 cars left. 2 of them are Lebanon Valley cars. And since Mr. Beeler has the bye run here, logic dictates we will have at least 1 car in the final round. Beeler 741 on 738, 35 light. We are down to 3 in Sportsman. All right, Pro Eliminator down 9 cars. They're coming up now. All right, and attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Super Eliminator back to 1 and 2, please. Super to 1 and 2. First pair, Gino Picozzi will be chasing Joe Valencia in the Thunderstruck Dusta. Oh, it's getting dark early. It must not be summer anymore. Oh boy, somebody's late. And it ain't Joe Valencia. 3 over with 54 light gets the win. Attention Super. Dave Beauchamp, you have the bye if there is one. Ray Thurston the 4th. And Bob Bates, 2 really good racers here in Mason-Dixon and Cecil County. Thurston and 004. Bates goes red by 6 thou. Thurston picks up more, 668 on a 672. Next pair, Paul Northrop getting the head start over Rob Zetterberg. Big block Chevy versus a small block. Two good lights. Zetterberg a little better, and he gets the win. 1 over with the 10 light. Northrop breaks out by 1/100th of a second with a 17 light. In the far lane, Paul Scribani from Lebanon Valley is going to be chasing Jason Mazzata, the New England guy, in the Chevy Nova. Scribani goes red, but Mazzata's got a perfect light. He goes 625 with a trip zip to get the win. Scribani goes red by 16/100ths. Pardon me, 16 thousandths. And the bye run going to Clayton Garber. The Buick Skylark 1970 version. Basically the same body as the Chevelle of that year. Garber 001 red. Got a 602 on the window, and he goes 604. All right, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Motorcycles back to 7 and 8, please. Motorcycles back to 7 and 8. And Jeffro, you got the bye, sir. And do want to let everybody know we are doing round robin for the rest of the night. We have just a few rounds to go. We want to get this all done so we can do more important things than race, which is eat and drink. Here we go, Super Eliminator Round 5. Believe we are down to 8 cars. First pair, Anthony Zagarelli in the Corvette. Almost a head. Now check this out. This is pretty much a heads-up rate. 1/100th difference. Look at the two cars. This does not look like it should be a heads-up race, but it is. And somebody's got a perfect light. And that's who won. Steve Russell. Perfect light with the 57. Zagarelli 5 over with the 008. Steve Russell, a great run, moves into the semifinals. Next up, Todd Martin in the Dragster. Team Island up against Dan Galinas, Team New England in the Porsche. And Galinas, 008. Dead on with the 2, a 10-pack for Dan Galinas. Todd Martin, red lights, makes it easy. But what a run for the Porsche. Next up, Randy Kraus in the gold car in the Fink lane. He is going to be chasing Kevin Billets in the gray dragster. Almost a heads-up race, only 600 separate the two. Billets with the light. Billets 1 over for the win. Kraus breaks out by 5 thousandths. Lights 008 to an 023. Next up, Jason Amy and David Beauchamp. Both a little late, but it's close. Anybody's race at the top. And Dave Beauchamp, 2 over to a 5 over for the win. Hey, sportsmen, semifinals, we need you back to the lanes. Remember, we are going round robin after this. With this, Russ Wilbur, you have the free ride into the final round. All right, semifinals in motorcycles. Brian Canolis in the Fink Equipment lane. Boyd Mathias in the Napa lane. Could be pretty cool. We're going to have a final with an old style and a new style bike. These are both new style Hayabusas with the extended wheelbase and the long fenders. Matthias, red lights. Canolis takes 584 on 585 into the final round. He's going to race this dude right here. Jeff Tisdale, who is not going to make a run. He is just going to take the light, and he's going to shut it off and go back and wait for Mr. Canolis. His brother helping him. These two brothers have won more motorcycle races and championships up here than you can count. While it's quiet, just a reminder to all remaining racers, we are going round robin, so as soon as you win, come on back. Cold Sportsman, we need pro as soon as we can. We want to get super in. We want to get the race done. Further reminder to our racers, if you got to the semifinals today, you have money coming. That's the good news. The bad news is you can't wait till tomorrow to get it. You need to get it ASAP. Go to the first floor tower office and get paid. Again, while it's quiet, Team ESTA needs a welder for some brackets. If you can help them out, please go over to the ESTA pit area and chat with them. So Russ Wilbur, the locomotive breath, is getting the bye run into the final. So we just have to see if it's going to be an all Lebanon Valley final, or if Nick Beeler in the El Camino is going to get in there. And this is a very interesting round right here. Kirpins and Beeler 200ths apart. Kirpins technically getting the head start of a couple of hundredths of a second. Oh boy. Something happened to Billy's truck. It broke. Beeler was very much aware, slows to an 8:03. So it will be Beeler and Wilbur in the final round. And Russ Wilbur coming up with the bye into the final. $824 and $820. a few minutes, we will run the final in Sportsman. Pro will be coming up next. We're down to 5 cars. Super Eliminator semifinals. Bring them back. Pro, you should be in lanes. And I think the motorcycle final is back there as well. All right, coming out first, quarterfinals. In Pro, we got 5 cars left. Great pair to start us off. Ray Thurston the fourth in the 4-door Plymouth Belvedere. Team Mason Dixon. Okay, golf cart on the return road. Please move. Cannot sit there. Golf cart, we need you moved, please. Rob Zetterberg is going to be doing the chasing. Zetterberg goes red. Thurston is a little off that time with the 51, but he moves on to the semifinals. Next pair, Thunderstruck. Joe Valencia having a great day with Big Block Duster. He's going to get the head start over Clayton Garber and the Chevy-powered Buick Skylark. Mazzata, 619 with 1 on a 620 dial. He will be in the semifinals. Super Eliminator coming up next. Semifinals. First pair, Super Eliminator David Beauchamp having a great day. He's going to get a little bit of a head start over Steve Russell's Vega. The Vega very stock appearing, but it actually is a lot quicker than it looks. The fact that the Vega is going to be chasing this dragster is actually kind of funny. Russell goes red. Dave Beauchamp is going into the final round. 13 light, 565 with a 3. Now, who's he going to race? Is it going to be Dan Galinas in the Chevy-powered Porsche? Or is it going to be Kevin Billets, Lebanon Valley car, in the dragster? Both of them having fantastic days. Galinas red lights, Kevin Billets going into the final round for Lebanon Valley. He goes 493 on a 492 with the 007 light. So it's going to be Dave Beauchamp, the ex-Lebanon Valley racer, versus Kevin Billets, the current Lebanon Valley racer, in the final of the first day's Gamblers in Super. Now we have the final round in motorcycle. In the far lane, the Napa lane, Brian Canolis from Berkeley Springs, Team Mason-Dixon. He's going to get the head start of a quarter of a second on the Hayabusa. Jeff Tisdale from Glastonbury, Connecticut, Team Lebanon Valley, is going to try to run him down. And Jeff Tisdale wins at Canolis red lights by 005. Jeffro, a 10 light and a 558 for the win. Congratulations to Jeff Tisdale and Team Lebanon Valley getting the first win of the day. Russ Wilbur, we need you to the lanes for the final, please. Russ Wilbur to the lanes. Once again, the remaining cars in Pro and Super, we need you all back to the final round, to the staging lanes. You know what I meant. All right, we are almost there. I want to thank everybody who's been listening to the live feed, either on YouTube or Facebook. Hope you are enjoying today. We're down to 3 cars in pro and final rounds in super and motorcycles. We have most of the cars in the lanes, and we will be running them as soon as we can. We are waiting for Mr. Thurston and Mr. Billets. So if you guys can get up here ASAP, we would most appreciate it. Final round number 2 coming up. Sportsman. Not sure what happened with Billy Jr.'s truck. Hope it's not too major. Great final round here. Nick Beeler, 78 El Camino, Team Cecil County. He's from Douglasville, Pennsylvania. He is going to be chasing, giving up 85 hundredths of a second to Russ Wilbur. Russ Wilbur having a great day in the locomotive breath. 66 Bel Air, racing for Lebanon Valley. Beeler with the light and the advantage goes dead on with the 7 with the 007 light, 14 pack. Russ Wilbur, well, yeah, 42 light, goes 2 over. Not a bad run, but not good enough to get the win. Congratulations to Mr. Beeler and the crew, today's Sportsman champions. Once again, great run for Beeler, a very convincing final round. All righty, we got race cars. Pro Eliminator semifinals. Ooh, I like this one. In the Fink equipment lane, Ray Thurston, the fourth. In the 66 Plymouth four-door, racing for Mason Dixon. He's got a tough customer, Jason Mazzata. Number 2 car from New England. Here we go. Mazzata, red lights. That's what, 3 in a row, 4 in a row? Thurston, 667 on a 670. He's going to be in the final round. Against the yellow Mopar, it looks like he is just going to take the tree. Joe Valencia. And that is what he is going to do. So it's going to be Ray and Joe in the final. We are waiting for the final round in Super Eliminator. All right, here we go. Super Eliminator Gamblers, final round over in the Napa Lane. Kevin Billets, Lebanon Valley, number 7 car. He's going to be chasing Dave Beauchamp from Monton, Pennsylvania. 97 Cressman Dragster, racing for Team Mason Dixon. Oh, my. Dave Beauchamp had 001 but breaks out by 2. Billets, a 23 light and 1 over, is today's Super Gamblers winner. Congratulations to the huge Billets clan, who also happen to be team captains at Lebanon Valley. That's a nice way to start off the weekend. We are down to the pro final. We'd like to get those cars back in the lanes ASAP so we can run the final of the finals. Ray Thurston, we are waiting for you, sir. One further reminder, all racers, if you got to the semifinals, you have money coming to you, and you need to pick it up tonight. So if you haven't yet, please head directly down to the first floor tower office. Get your cash. Money is good. Well, I hear race engines. That can only mean the final of the day. All right, the final. Sticking in the Fink Lane, Ray Thurston the fourth, Northumberland, Pennsylvania, racing for Mason Dixon. 67 Plymouth Belvedere four-door. Getting a head start of 2,200 over Joe Valencia, New Oxford, Pennsylvania, racing for Mason Dixon. So Elmer has got to win today. Oh, man. Thurston breaks out. He had a 15 light. Valencia 003 and 4 over for the win. Great final round. Congratulations to the Thunderstruck of Joe Valencia. Everybody have a fun night. We will see you in the morning.